Populations are growing. Cities are expanding. We stand on the verge of a revolutionary future. New thinking will pave the way. At AFRY, we enable our clients to adapt and redefine their businesses by combining engineering, design thinking, and digitalization capabilities across the energy, industrial, and infrastructure markets. We have the possibility and ability to affect and steer future technologies together with our customers, and to influence how we utilize those technologies in the best way. Our solutions contribute to shaping smarter cities and future mobility, as well as enabling industrial digitalization and energy market change. As Lender's technical advisors in Dubai, we've been involved in the planning, construction, commissioning and operation of one of the largest solar power plants that will be built in this decade. We play an active role in the urban transformation of the city of Kiruna, where large parts of the city are being relocated. Buildings are moved to new places, and new residential areas and infrastructure will be built from scratch. We've been part of developing Sweden's largest biomass heat and power plant at Värtaverket, helping to reduce the CO2 footprint through our architectural, environmental, engineering and commissioning capabilities. As a partner to NIO, a strong startup in the electric vehicle market in China, we've developed a chassis system that will contribute to the future of mobility. We've set the bar when it comes to international standards for environmentally adapted airports, with a project to expand and transform Gardermoen Airport in Oslo. With our project and engineering services, we played an important role in Billerud Korsnäs' biggest investment ever, to challenge conventional packaging for a sustainable future. Our advisory services are leading the transformation of the energy and industry sectors. We are proud to have supported RWE to become one of the leading renewable companies. And those are just a few of our assignments. What connects them all is a devotion to finding solutions and new business models together with clients. We are brave in our ideas and dedicated to working as team players in all fields, making us attractive for people who are brave enough to make a difference. For people who share our vision of creating leading solutions for generations to come. We don't care much about making history. We care about making future.
My dreams are very colorful, even though I'm colorblind. You need both dreams and bravery today to work with complex solutions. Without a dream, you can't aim for anything truly new. Most of the big problems we have can be linked to one single thing. We do not think enough about the future. The world is so complex that we need the people who can master many disciplines. We really need the brave individuals who both think about the complexity, try to solve it, and are brave enough to tell that we need to do this now. To me, engineers are miracle workers. I think it's a great moment to be alive because now people want to solve the problems. Prepare for the future, solve the problems of the future today.
Okay, warm welcome to the 2020 AFRY Smart Site Global Technology Day. My name is Mikael Ankerfors, and I am together with Kai Wickman heading the Smart Site offer, which we will talk about today. Especially welcome to you on the line. We are casting this on YouTube, and also to those of you who are in the hall here. So we're casting this from the AFRY head office in Solna, and we have some people here, but most of you are online, and we're very happy about that. So what we will talk about today is what we call the AFRY Smart Site and what that is. So we will have this done in two sessions. One session where we will describe how we from the process industries division is looking at this smart site, what we're offering to our clients in general. And then you will hear more about certain of our products that we have and that we're offering. Then we will have a break at 2:00 Central European Time, 20-minute break, and then we will have the second session where we will hear more about more products. We will hear more about our friends at Industrial Digital Solutions division are doing, and you will hear some of our project cases that we have done recently. So I hope you find this program interesting. We're very excited, of course, to be able to share this to you and with you. As I said, we are casting this over YouTube. Unfortunately, that means that we have some 20-second delay for you, and we have a bit challenges in terms of getting your questions. But your questions are important to us, and in order for us to answer them, you need to email them, and you email them to me, to this email address. So I will monitor this email address as we go on and read up your questions if we have time, and otherwise we will answer all your questions afterwards. So hopefully you take the chance and email all your questions. You cannot ask too much, at least I hope. So hopefully you take the opportunity to email here, and we will clarify anything that we might have been unclear on during today. So email this email address then. Okay? So let's start then. So the first talk is by myself, and my name is Mikael Ankerfors. I'm heading the Smart Site Global Solution together with Kai. And so my first talk will be a more overview of what we're offering, what we are selling to our clients, how we think about this. And then in the second talk, Kai will fill in and get into more of the details on this. But so let's start by looking at this and see what we mean. First of all, in terms of digitalization, because Smart Site has to do with digitalization. Digitalization is one of the global mega trends that we all see in our everyday life, as you know. It covers everything from your everyday life, but also to the industries. So this is an important area. And AFRY as a company have indicated that industrial digitalization is one of our key growth drivers for the continuation here. And so industrial digitalization is important for us, for AFRY in general. And so why is that? Why is it so important? Well, one of the things is the revolution that is happening in the industry. So if you look at different types of trends on the market, you see, for instance, that connected IoT items are increasing by 17% every year. The investments in Industry 4.0, so that is the industrial digitalization, is growing by 37% annually, and is expected to be worth $310 billion in 2023. So with this type of changes and this pace that the change is happening, things will happen, and it will happen very, very fast for us. So it's a revolution. It's not an evolution in any way. And just to compare, we're coming from the process industries. Maybe those segments in the process industry that are growing the fastest are maybe growing by 3 or maybe 4% per year. That's the best ones. Some of them are almost at zero. So a growth trend of 37% is very, very large. And when this will transform all our clients, not only the process industry, but also the process industry. And transformation and industry transformation is something that is important for a company like AFRY. And we have some muscles on the industrial digitalization. We are almost 2,000 consultants working with industrial digitalization in our company. We cover all aspects, all technical areas of this field, basically, as our competence. So we have some of the muscles needed for this transformation for our clients, which is good. But how do we channel it? Well, we are coming from the process industry division. We are responsible especially for pulp and paper, chemicals, biorefining, and minings and metals industries. When we look at digitalization and industrial digitalization for them, it is important to understand what type of problems are they facing, what are on their minds. One of the most critical aspects for our clients is production efficiency and availability of their equipment. So the installed processes needs to run every day, 24/7, and they need to run all the time. So the money is where if you can get the process to operate all the time. So that is one of the key things here. Another thing is of course quality, always quality, especially I would say to have an even quality is important for process industry, because that is what you promise to market. Then control and monitoring is always important for any business, of course. Reduction of variable costs, reduce losses, reduce use of chemicals maybe and raw materials. Reduction of environmental impact, of course, and the safety risk reductions. So all of these things are on the everyday table for our clients. So they are considered, some of them are more focused on maybe production efficiency, some of them are more focused on quality, some on cost, but this is, as a general picture, this goes for all process industry. Not only for process industries, of course, but this is the picture that we see for process industries. So when we talk about digitalization for process industries, this is what we need to be able to solve. And if we can solve this, this industrial digitalization or Industry 4.0 opens up a number of opportunities, and you can make a very, very long list. But let's say that part of it has to do with prediction and productivity. So be able to predict problems before they occur. That is one of the key things. And so if you can do that, you can get more availability of your process. So that is one of the key items. Could be also the debottlenecking, for instance. Otherwise, it's connectivity and automation. So how can we increase the level of automation? How can we make parts autonomous, maybe even, or how can we make it automatic, connecting also the inbound and outbound logistics and supply chains and so on in this? That is an opportunity that opens. The more data we are working with, the more important it will be to be able to visualize the data for those people working with the data. So visualization of data and the opportunities that mobile platforms gives, so cell phones and iPads and similar, are giving is opening new possibilities to have the data where you need it, when you need it, rather than somewhere else, sometimes else. And then in terms of 3D visualization, a number of opportunities opens to illustrate and show how factories and plants are really operating. These are just some of the examples that we see. But it has to do with how the clients are and how the process industries are facing their problems. So everything has to do with these type of solutions here. How do we solve the problems for the client? And this is where AFRY SmartSight comes in. So this is our response to these questions, and our way to, let's say, put a vision on where we think that the process industry could be in the future. How, if they are doing everything right, what could they achieve then? So that description of the future is part of it. But it's also our collected offer for the process industry. And I'm not saying that it's the process industry's divisions delivery. It is AFRY's deliveries for the process industry. So we're trying to collect and connect the different parts of our offers for the process industry, so it makes sense for them, for our clients, that we are really solving the things here. Not all of the things, fantastic things we do as a company is valid for process industry, but a lot is. And we are building on what we know, of course, and stepwise building up a portfolio that describes how we can help our clients with their problems. So that is summarized the AFRY SmartSight, and it includes the process, so the factories, but also the inbound and outbound supply chains for this. And we have mainly been focusing now on the process parts of it, but we will expand also more to the supply chain and that part of it as well. But one of the important things for us in what we talk about is the data, and that is the core thing between for the Industry 4.0. So how do we make the data available? And a typical factory have a number of systems already installed, working. All our clients are mainly making money today, and they have data, and they are connecting. They have a number of systems, and they are connected in some way. But the idea is that different layers on the plant floor, or if you are on the plant supervision, production control, or the production execution and the ERP system. So all of these systems are present, but the connectivity between them are often lacking. And so a great trend here a great thing has to do with how to connect the data, so the data is available. Because in the end, it has to do with how you are collecting the data, what type of data you're collecting, how you collect it, how you store the data, and in the end, how you do the management of the data, how you filter it, how you analyze it, what type of analytics you could use on it. Should you have machine learning types, or should you have AIs, or what type of technology should you use to analyze it? And then in the end, it has to do with how you present and how you visualize the outcome of that. So that is the simple way to describe it. But life is seldom simple. We have a number of, typically the different systems on the different layers in the pyramid are poorly connected, as I said. But it's not only that they are poorly connected as per se. They are not owned by our clients, by the same departments at our clients. So typically, the ERP systems, CRM systems, all of these business systems are operated by the IT departments. While, for instance, all the systems belonging to the operations and the factories are owned by the operations. And this, of course, gives there are logics behind this separation, but it's also a challenge when we try to connect things here. Then we also talk about the engineering data, which is also often forgotten in this, that all the data that is produced when you are designing a new factory, all the drawings, all the description of the equipment, all the 3D models, everything that you have, all databases created, are seldom utilized in this at all. And we believe that there is an opportunity when you connect all of these things, so you are then have all the data available in the same place. So you have one single source of truth, and you have all the data is transparent and available, and this is the foundation for the digital solutions that we think will come. So, but in order to get there, we need to help our clients to understand that this is not a quick fix. It takes you need a roadmap for this, and you need to start somewhere. So part of the AFRY SmartSite solution is advisory. How do we get the client from where they are to the place that they want to be through the different steps? So maybe the steps might be divided like this. So you have visibility, so you can see you can see the data when you need it. Transparency is basically that you understand the data and it is in the right forms and everything like that. Then predictivity, so you can predict when things are happening. Most companies want to get here, but in the end, it's also that the systems become adaptable themselves and such, and that's a future vision. No one is here in the process industry. Few, if any, are here. Most of them are struggling to get to come to the very first steps in this, or the dark blue ones here. So it's a challenge and for the clients, and that is where we come in as a company. So we want to be there and help them to understand this, because many of the clients want to understand. It's a big table, sorry, but generally I would say that most clients want to be here. If they start to understand, when they start thinking about Industry 4.0, they want to have the predictivity. They want to have, they want to know where things are happening. They want to have AI technologies and so on, which is down here. But in order to get there, they first need to, because they are starting from a position to the far left here. So they have some connectivity. It's not everything connected. And so we are guiding them how to go through these steps towards the end goal, so they can reach the goal that they want, the place that they want to be. But it's important for us and that we meet the client depending on where they are in their development. So some of our clients are investing in building new factories or investing in major equipment. Could be a pulp mill, could be a new chemical plant, could be a new mining operations, and they're building here. So what we are then working with and discussing with them is how to introduce and help them so they can have data management as part of the project. Just next to piping and electricity or whatever discipline that we normally help them with, we want also the data management and the data analytics to be part of that solution and of that delivery, following the same logical project phases. And the reason why we think that is important is firstly because it's an opportunity for the client, because now they are investing in systems, so why not invest in a smart way so it works, so they can do what they want to do in the end, and not invest in something else that won't work once the factory is done. So that's one of the ideas. And we also, from our point of view, we want to tap into, we are very, very strong, AFRY as a company, for the process industry. So we are number one consultant company for the pulp and paper industry. We're number 5 globally in chemicals. We're number 8 in mining, number 3 in total. So we are a force to be reckoned with in terms of this. We are a reliable partner for our clients, and what we say that we want to build on that reputation, the way of working, but bring in also the digital side to it, because we think that gives us an opportunity. And these type of so we follow the like a pre-engineering, basic engineering type of steps, and we have already sales on this. So it's not just, so we have references in this area already. But not all our clients are investing in new processes. A lot of them, most of them, I would say, are more focused on how to optimize what they already have. And we want to help them as well. But what we offer and what we support them with is different. And we are, for instance, then supporting them more with maturity assessments, some kind of key digital projects, to optimize different things, strategic roadmaps, and we have a number of smart products that help them in their everyday operations. So this is the things that we offer the client if they are there. And so we cannot offer the left side if the clients are not investing. If they are investing, we are on the left side. If they are not investing and they are more on the operational improvements, we are on the right side. So we need to tailor our delivery depending on where the client is and how we support them. And it also has to do with values for the client. Client needs to understand that they can actually earn money, and the picture can be quite good actually. So we have done a calculation of a number of use cases that we already have. This is example is for a pulp and paper plant, and you see a number of examples that we've done. But the interesting thing is that if you look at this column here, client investment, it is somewhere in most of these cases are below 1,000 euros. 1 million euros. So below 1 million euros as an investment for the client. But the payoff time for that is also very short. So in most cases we are talking about less than 3 years. In number of cases we're talking about less than 1 year payoff time of that investment that they do. And then they keep on earning money on this. So we are trying to be better at and describe the values that we give for the clients in this, to illustrate the values that we can create by doing this. Just by inserting a new data platform and that gives them availability of data won't earn them anything, not a dime in per se for that. On the other hand, it's an investment, so it costs money, but they don't know what they will earn. This is what we try to picture. This is what they will earn in this, and this is just some of the examples. So if a mill would have everything set up in the right way, they could be serializing all of these type of solutions in every place in their factory. And this is just some of the ones that we have been calculating on. So there are opportunities here, but also the system setups are important as well. So you can't do. You need to have the systems in order to get the values, but the values are quite big, so it's worthwhile. That's the story for them. Then in our AFRY Smart Site, it's also our umbrella of our solutions from AFRY to the process industry, as I mentioned in the beginning. And so we have a number of offers in 6 areas so far. So starting from the top, it's the virtual site, which is our engineering tools for new factories, 3D models and everything like that. 3D visualization has to do with VR, augmented reality, these type of visualization in 3D. Advisory services has to do with, as we talked about, with advise them when they are investing in capex project, or if they want to improve their existing production. Advanced process control are a number of products to help them optimize their process. Advanced data analytics has to do with utilizing technologies like AI, machine learning to solve the client problems, and cybersecurity to make everything safe. So this is the portfolio that we meet the clients with, but the offers behind the different areas here belong to could be from any divisions. So we have, for instance, in the advanced data analytics, we for instance have the Kriti 4.0 system that you will hear after the break about. which belongs to the So it is produced from and sold from the energy division, and we have a number of them from IDS division in several other areas. So it's really a joint effort, but for the process industry perspective on it. And then we have a number of products already here. We are constantly growing the number of products that we are presenting, but we have some products that we are already now out talking to the clients with. These are just some examples, not all, but we will add on to this list as we move forward as well. But so I just go through these that we have. The Smart Site, well, it's the whole package here, but advisory parts of it. AFRY Pulse is a production support system that you will hear from David later on. The MES system is a manufacturing execution system that David also will mention about. The virtual site is our the engineering tools and so on, which you will hear from Nampo and Marco about. And then we have, for instance, Kriti that Marco will talk about as well. We have some with the Flowity from IDS here, and we have optimization of tall oil cooks and so on. So we have a number of products here. We will grow this list as we move forward and start to work with the product as the core in our delivery also. So we have a number of things that we are working with in this AFRY Smart Site. And so to sum up this talk is that we have, for us, it's important that we start from the client perspective of it. What are we trying to solve for the client? So we are in a position where we look at it from the client perspective of it. Then we need to meet the client depending on if they are investing or if they are not. And then the offer, what we offer will be different and can be different. And then we have a portfolio, an umbrella that captures the digital services that we offer for the process industry. And so that is in short terms, or maybe it was long, for what the AFRY Smart Site is. Thank you. Thank you. And if there are, unfortunately, I'm the one that are checking the emails if there are any questions, and I'm here. So if there are questions to my talk, I will take a look at them afterwards and give you a response to that. If you are there any questions from the audience sitting here in the room? No? Okay. Yes. What do you mean? Yeah. I would say, okay, so the question was if ET includes the R&D part as at the clients as well. I would say it's mainly, I would say, if I understand the question right, the answer is no. It is mainly focusing on the actual engineering part of the plant, so to say. So when you build a plant, all the drawings, all the models around it, all equipment, everything like that, to design the factory. That's what we have at least as the main thought about it. Yeah. 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 Okay, I get the question was again, regarding R&D and how we are, how we connected in as an extension. We have not had that as part, and actually real thought on it as well. It's often that the engineering part comes in when they are deciding to to invest in something, then the engineer, it's that data that we have considered in the ET part of this. But that doesn't mean that that it isn't important, but that this comes in somewhat later then, maybe. Okay. Thank you. If there are more questions, I will answer them on email. I will give now the word to my dear colleague, Kai. Kai Wickman is the CEO of Process Industries Division, and will talk more about our AFRY SmartSite portfolio advisory services.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Good, thank you. Let's put it somewhere here. Okay, thank you. Okay, so yes, and welcome from my side also, and you also who are on the computer side, and those who are on the scene. So as you all know, so repetition is the basis for learning. So part of the slides that we use are our, let's say, commercial slides we use, so that's why we use the same slides. I try to take a little bit different angle on the presentation, and yeah. Thank you. Technical problems. So I first do an introduction, which is let's say a little bit the same as already discussed, but I will try to explain it on a little bit a different way of thinking. And then the second part, which I think that it's one of the takeoffs when you leave from the meeting today, is that how do we do these kind of offerings, and how do we enter now to the traditional engineering offering and engineering work? Because traditionally we have been good in that, but now we have to find also another aspect to the offering. And there I think that AFRY as a whole company, not only talking about process industry, but AFRY as company, we have a huge opportunity to make offers that are competing completely on another scale than the competitors can have, because we have a lot of things that we can put together. The third part is to little bit look on the portfolio, and then maybe the part number 4 is more a technical issue, but I still want to discuss that item. Then the number 5 point is one of the key things that we see at the moment when we are discussing with customers and digital solutions. To make the basis so that this so-called famous digital twin can be done and is possible to use. And we will also have some examples what we are doing at the moment, and then in the other presentations from Markku and others, they will get you a little bit more detailed picture what that means. And then I have a couple of practical examples, and the other example is then more detailed presented by Tapio later on. So, repetition. Digitalization and SmartSite, what do we think it is? It's the value chain from the downstream to the upstream, or upstream to the downstream, which is extremely important when you start to discuss with the customers, so that you are not only focusing on some small detail. Immediately start to discuss with the customer that this will be a long journey and the value is created in the chain, not only in one place. Then the other issue which is also important to communicate with the customer is that we have parts like operational excellence, which we also work together to combine these kind of technical solutions with the operational solutions of the organization. There are a lot of solutions that we have been pointing out, like smart energy, infrastructure, environment, health and safety, asset management, maintenance. But I believe that if you all start to think that what type of solutions you could bring into this family, so we can grow this type of SmartSide family to quite an extensive offering. We have already, as mentioned by Mikke, we have a couple of things already ongoing, but it is very important in the future that you all take part of the development and bring your proposals and bring your solutions so that we can put them in one good basket and one good offering. Then this is one of my favorites, is that when you look the historical background, and myself, I've been working from automation from the 80s already, so I was quite a longer time ago when I started with the pneumatics and then with the first DC systems, etc., etc. But the traditional way that the data has been used in industry for many, many years and decades is that you have been separating the systems and you have been putting most of the money during the last 20 years on the enterprise systems of the companies. I've been building more than 20 enterprise systems in companies, so that seeing how the enterprise systems has been taking a step onwards and onwards. And today, even the enterprise system development and enterprise system investments are much, much more than the rest of the investments of the information. This has, of course, led to the fact that all these parts here, whether they are MES, MOM, SCADA, PL, or sensor systems, they have been separate. And also the companies who have been supplying these kind of services and advertising or applications, they have been separating their work. And for example, former engineering companies like Pöyry and even some others, not to mention the names, they have been concentrating on areas which are here below. And that was, of course, in the 80s and 90s a good business, because there were a lot of people investing on new SCADA systems, new DCS systems, new sensors. And then, of course, the middle layer, the MES systems, those were then done also by different companies. And the traditional engineering companies, they didn't have a lot to do with these middle layers. I know that the AFRY, or former OF, was quite in advance in that case, that OF had an offering which was taking care of these three areas. But today, most of the business and most of the data needs is on the enterprise systems. And that is one thing which makes us in the future very strong. Because all the companies now are looking how to combine this structure and how to get more value for the customers and what kind of offerings you can offer in this type of solutions. And when we come to the customer, so we have already a lot of possibilities in this area, and we can create value on working on these. Why isn't it again? Up. Now we lost quite a lot. Or where did we end up now? Huh? Okay. Now, yes. So, as already mentioned by Mikke in the beginning, the future will look like this. There will be no common platform for each level because the platforms, they will merge together. And that means, as mentioned already, that all the companies are driving to create a single source of truth platform. And that is why we are also concentrating in advising the companies how to get there with the minimum effort but the maximum output. Why? Huh? Okej, du måste trycka på datorn. Okay, yes. So our advising work always when we work with the customer, so we start by explaining that if they want to be successful in the area of digitalization, the first thing they must think is that how do they want to put together these three pieces, ET, OT and IT, and what type of work they really want to do on that area to establish a complete system. This, of course, as mentioned already, it will not happen in one night, it will not happen nor in a year, but in the beginning they have to start to realize that this is the way they have to work. Yes? Du måste hålla den på, va? Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, what have we been changing now in process industry in our offering of the work that we do? I mean, we do work with the customers from the market analysis, feasibility studies, pre-engineering, basic engineering, and then to the implementation and production. And what we have starting to implement is that the traditional engineering work that we did for years was that we did the production and market analysis, feasibility studies on the engineering basis, on the levels 0, 1, and 2. But what is our future is that now we are starting to implement also our work so that we include from the beginning the offering of smart site, integration of ET, OT, and IT, the blueprint according to ISI 95 or some other standards, and also taking into account the cyber physical systems. And then we develop a system together with the customer with the integrated perspective, and then we do the functional descriptions, detailed implementation plan with whoever the customer partner wants to have, whether it is SAP, whether it is Oracle, whether it is Siemens or ABB, but we can provide the functions and we can provide the integration functionality in this whole setup. And then, of course, our target in the future is that when the plant is running and the investment is ready, we are also there supplying a service which is based on the digital solutions of integrating the whole data management. So, as already shown by Mikke, the portfolio that we are today offering for the customers, it consists of these 6 parts, and one of the major parts, of course, is the part number 1, which is our integrated database for the engineering data, and then, of course, we have capabilities of surviving or supplying simulation, machine learning, artificial intelligence, mesh systems, as we are talking also today from the David's organization. How it is then implemented? So we use normally standards based on normal standards that are used in industry, so that we are together with the customer and the supplied or the suppliers chosen, building up a collection system of the connectivity system, so that we can connect the ET, the IT, and the OT together. And then when that is done, then comes the tricky part, that what type of applications and what type of solutions customers take into use, so that they can then start to do the value work. And that is something that we are now also developing very heavily, is that we need more applications. We have already some applications, but we need more applications. And the applications are the ones that will bring the value for the customers. As already mentioned by Mikke, so that simple applications can bring a lot of value, and we will hear a couple of applications already today from other presenters. This picture is I took it still, but this picture is very important for the customer discussions, because many times when I start to discuss with customers is that they have been trying to do some advanced analytics, predictions, and all type of POCs for some small part of the production or services. But it is important when you start to discuss and make the customers rely on what we can do, is that you try to explain them that the step-by-step procedure will bring them to the goal, not so that they start to do some small pieces here and there and spend a lot of money. This is a systematical way of working, how we work with finding out the roadmap for the digital solutions. We start with the customer so that we define together the key performance indexes for the processes, whether they are, for example, maintenance, energy savings, health and safety, logistics, forest, whatsoever is chosen. From there, we define the processes, the KPIs, and then the functionalities. And after that, we then come with the processes, that what processes are affecting these parameters and these KPIs. And from those processes, we then estimate that what would be the typical benefits for the customer. This is the value creation questions, because at this point, we can show that if we with the customer do this, we can bring the value as it was promised. And from this value creation, we can then put up a prioritized opportunity matrix where we can choose the complexity of the target and the value of the target. And of course, one possibility here is that you can involve even some development work, how it would bring value if that would be implemented. And from these, you can then choose the best options and build up a roadmap. I will show you one practical example how it was done with one customer, and Tapio will tell a little bit more about that customer. And then, very important part of the whole digital journey. It's not only technology. It's also organization and the operational model. This is many times not taken into account in the beginning. Many customers think that when you just put some new iron and new systems, things are solved. But in practice, the bigger work is here in the change management and the operational model, and learn or teach the people how to use the tools, how to behave, what type of work procedures, workflows has to be established. And here we also have a very good process. It's developed by the MBG, Management Consulting, so that they can guide the customers together with the digital solutions with a very good opportunity of saving resources, making safe ways of working, and improve the performance. Okay, this is actually again the same picture, but I wanted to take this also due to the fact that many times when we discuss also the advising and advising of the companies and customers, that when they click the boxes that what do they have and where do they want to go, they easily see that, okay, this is what we have and this is what is missing. And when choosing the way forward, it is also clear by looking these type of pictures and putting the money that what does the next step cost. It comes very clear with the customer that what is the possibility to do and what is the, let's say, best option to do, and then you can go forward without doing any extra investments or have a schedule that is still reasonable. Hope the next one will be better with this. Okay. We have also developed a system for taking the health and safety to a digital platform and digital solutions, so that not only the technical solutions but also the human aspect and the health and safety aspects are taken into account when implementing a digital solution. So we can offer the customer a service and a system by which he can implement health and safety possibilities in the new environment. Then one of the extremely important systems which we see in digital solutions is the basis for the cyber-physical systems. We have capabilities, and I also know that AFRY has huge capabilities on these, but when we start to do the pre-planning or the engineering work for the digitalization and normal engineering work, we also take very seriously the cyber-physical system needs, and we can build very reliable, good systems which are then, say, taking into account all the necessary parts of security and data management. This is just a picture for that. Then I will shortly go through one of the favorites which we are working now with several customers, that when the customers have a legacy system, the engineering legacy systems, they are many times not perfect. In some cases, they are even rubbish. and how to get the engineering systems so that you can then make an integration to the ET, OT, IT systems. And when integrating more to the ERP systems, the enterprise systems, you have to have a good basis for your technical digital twin. Otherwise, you will not get any benefits from your systems. So we have developed a service where we have stepwise procedure how to bring the existing legacy systems to a level which then makes it possible to integrate them to the rest of the technical requirements. So first we of course start with the selection and descriptions. Then we go down to the system implementation, and then we go after that to an integration. We have a fairly good described system where we start with the organization, then we go to the data handling, we go to the modeling, and then we go to the document management and the integration. This is a work that we have been doing now for one of the world's largest pulp mills. We have been working with the customer already 1 year to create the basis for the technical ET data, which then will be integrated to the OT and IT. So before the project even have started, we have been working with the customer to create all the basic rules, all the basic systems, a very globally handled system that can handle several suppliers, several interest groups, so that during the process of detail engineering, we can create the whole digital technical twin for the customer. This is a project that will totally take more than 3 years to complete, but it was started already in the pre-engineering stage, which is very important message to understand when you discuss with the customers, that to create a very comprehensive background for the digital solutions, you have to start in the beginning of the project. Otherwise, it will be costly. Of course, it can be done for the legacy systems also, but it will be a costly journey. The other case which I wanted to show you is a roadmap work that has been done with one of our mining companies, where all these steps, as we explained already in the beginning, have been taken, and there is a clear roadmap what type of systems and what type of work has to be done to reach the level number 6, which would be the autonomous mine. Will not go to details, but just to show you that how complicated it can be. Okay, thank you. I took a little bit speed on because... Any questions, comments?
Any questions from the audience? There's no from the online. Are there anyone from the audience here in the room?
Two questions. Because you mentioned digital twin, and I know in DASDS on the IS there's also digital twin. Is this the same or is this two different?
So the question was, is this the same digital twin that we talked about that Martin Kwasinewski's team has been working on?
Okay, when talking about digital twin, many people have a lot of different views on it. But what we are, let's say, meaning with digital twin is that it includes all the physical data that has been incorporated to the plant, and then integrated also, as long as possible, to all the OT and IT data. So that means that you can easily jump from a equipment to the data, result, and prediction.
Okay. Thank you, Kai. And now we will go over to the next speakers, which are two. Unfortunately, neither of them could attend here in Solna. Could attend here in Solna. So I hope that you are online here, but the speakers will be Markku Karubori, and who is a senior advisor at In-Process Industries Finland, and then Nampu-Raja Enose, who is a digital leader Industry 4.0, working for Process Industries Finland, but also for Infosys, which is a partner for ours here. So Nampu and Markku, can you hear us?
Yeah. Very well, yes.
It worked. So Nampu and Markku are presenting from Finland, and I will guide them. I will move the pictures forward here. So welcome, and please just give us your talk.
Yeah, thank you, Michael, for the introduction. And I know the next topic is again digital twin, but please don't blame it on me, and I will just rephrase what Kai just mentioned. Maybe repeatability is the basis for learnability, but I think I will make the presentation quite simpler, because you already heard multiple facets of digital twin. So what I'm trying to do, therefore, is trying to bring them all together and summarize, so that, you know, at the end of the day, you leave with the feeling or understanding of what is digital twin. Yeah, so having said that, I'm going to dive straight into my presentation. So Michael, if you can move to the next slide. Yeah, I'll start with the rationale, why we as an engineering company or engineering consulting company are talking about digital twin, and what do we mean by it? Yeah, and if you look at the specific characteristics of the process plants, the data exchange that is happening in process plants, each of these projects is quite complex in nature, and they come with quite a complicated set of project requirements, and they are increasingly getting global, which therefore means it involves multiple stakeholders, from the specification of functional requirements to the managing of assets in operation across the life cycle. And these stakeholders come from different disciplines, covering all phases of the plant life cycle stages. And what is more important to understand is, these disciplines or these domains, which you will get more clearly in the next slide, they don't have a standardized approach for data exchange, right? With that rationale, if I move on to the next slide, Michael, I know this slide is quite complicated, but this is not our view of a planned life cycle exchange. This is coming from the global standard ISO 15926. You might want to note it down, which promotes the integration of life cycle data across plant life cycle stages. So it sort of explains how complicated the exchange of life cycle information across the plant life cycle is going to be, and how important it is. If you look into the standard, or even if you are able to read into some of these boxes, they just talk about the important data exchange that happen across the life cycle, from the front-end loading, or when you do the pre-engineering and basic engineering, then detailed engineering, then on to the commissioning, implementation, operations, handover, right? And And the rise of technologies, today we are talking about digital, it has only complicated, or maybe that's not the right word, maybe it has only complemented the accelerated need for planned data exchange across its life cycle, right? If you move on to the next slide with that being set as the context, right? So then what is digital twin in this context, right? Well, but there are multiple facets of digital twin. Hyped up may not be the right term, but maybe the most promoted term in the industry today, and it's also being discussed in several domains, right? But for us, what we mean as digital twin, or the primary objectives of digital twin, is to basically bring all these data, right? When I talked about data, I'm talking about the different stages in the plant life cycle, which also means the different data generated by the different stakeholders in the plant life cycle, starting from the engineering discipline, then the commissioning, operations, and maintenance, and from the different domains, right? Kai talked about that in detail. The IT, which is basically responsible for the business processes, the ET, which is the engineering technology, which is basically responsible for the engineering data, and the OT, right? We are talking about operational technology. So the primary objective is to make all these data available in one place. And why? Because that we believe is going to be the single source of truth. Because, I mean, when you start generating data across the plant life cycle, the first question is, which is the right data? Because across the life cycle, each data that is generated about the same asset or the same process, but at maybe a different stage of its life cycle. But when you want to build something on top of it, you may be a digital solution, predictive maintenance. You don't know which is the single source of truth. So why do we want this? Because why do we want digital twin? Because we want all data available at one place and as the single source of truth. And it is then going to be the single source of all identifications or PNIDs for the components or tags, so that we have a transparency across the plant life cycle stages. And that will provide a common source of data, and which we believe is the foundation of digital solutions, right? And with that said, if you look at the last statement there, what we believe is 3D visualization or 3D virtual representation of the physical asset is just one aspect of, or one way you use digital twin. Many a times industry is caught up by this term of, trying to get a 3D image of, or 3D version of the complex process. But that's one way of looking at digital twin. But what we believe is to bring this foundation, which we call as digital twin, as the foundation of the digital enterprise, right? And if you move on to the next slide, Michael, and how are we going to solve this problem, right? Kai again talked about it, and if you recollect the complex diagram I showed in the previous slides, ISO 15926, the only way we can solve this is by establishing a global interoperability between these three disciplines: IT, OT, and ET. But this is not going to be a very easy solution, because these disciplines have not been talking to each other in the past. It's just not for the sake of creating boundaries between them, because each of them have very disjunct priorities, and they also come with other intricacies like custom protocols, custom industry standards, which don't talk to each other. But as AFRY, I think we are today geared up to solve this puzzle, which the industry has attempted multiple times in the past, but have not come out with a solution that can give a headway for the industry, right? And Michael, if you can then move on to the next slide. And And we believe if we can solve this problem, which we have attempted to, and following up this presentation, you will also hear about Virtual Site, which is one of our first attempts to solve this problem, or I would call it as the first accelerator for digital twin. I think when we solve this problem, we are going to set up a foundation for the digital enterprise. And I believe this is the only way you can solve the digital opportunity problem. I think I'm meaning it right when I say digital opportunity problem, which the fourth industry revolution has opened up. And this is the only way you can leverage digitalization at scale. Or else what companies are ending up today is something called as pilot purgatory, the term which was conceptualized by World Economic Forum, where you start, because everybody wants to do something digital, and they start setting up some digital pilots, which then fizzles out quite quickly. You know why? Because when they start developing this pilot, they quickly realize they don't have the right foundation, right data, right reference for the single source of truth to scale up the digital solution at the enterprise level. And we believe, when we have attempted to solve this IT, OT, ET integration as AFRY, we would be able to build a digital foundation which the industry can leverage. And then what you see at the top layer is just not point solutions. You're not just building predictive maintenance for the sake of a digital pilot, but you have a digital solution or enterprise grade solution which is going to build a predictable enterprise price for the industry. And if you want to attempt a next digital solution, maybe smart logistics or energy management, you're going to build on the same foundation because you want the same use case on top of the same assets or the same processes, right? So I think that is the message that we are communicating to the industry. And as Kai was repeatedly mentioning, we have customers who are prepared and who have willingly partnered with us to solve this problem. And I think I believe that understanding is the first step to solve this puzzle, and we are there. And the second step is to knowing how to do it, and I think we have got that as well. Having said that, I think that leads us nicely to the next part of our presentation, that is Virtual Site, where we have developed a product or an accelerator to solve this puzzle of digital twin. There could be questions because while the slides were quite detailed, I was just trying to communicate the message at a little higher level. We can take some questions at the end of the presentation after Marco brings up the Virtual Site, or even I'm willingly open to discuss any specific questions you would have post this presentation. Michael, I will pass on the ball to Marco. Michael, can you move to the next slide? Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Let's start from Virtual Site, which is we are talking about tool palette concept for engineering data, which is one cornerstone for digital twin, towards digital twin. The Virtual Site, it's a name for the AFRY in-house tool palette, which includes process, mechanical, electrical, automation, and HVAC engineering. Development started in 1975 with first electrical applications. So it's a long history for this Virtual Site family, application family. Next slide, please, Michael. Okay, this is what it is. We are talking about model-based engineering. We are modeling a plant, data, and information to database. tools are integrated with each other. When process engineering put the demand for electrical and automation, and they are continuing their engineering in the same tool. Data is fed only one time in the place where it has been created, and other ones are utilizing that. So it keeps the coherent data without any writing errors and mistakes in that sense. The virtual site, it is intended for the whole lifecycle management of information. Practically, when we are doing engineering and starting it already from basic and implementation engineering, later on the data and the database will be taken over by the running mill and continue doing modification and maintenance, planning and data changes to the same database for the whole life cycle. There are features which enables easy web access to technical information. The database called WebPub need only browser to access, and it will be created automatically during the engineering when we are using this tool suite. So the information is all the time up to date. What are the benefits? I will come later on a little bit more, but really, how to say, fast, effective, quality. They are the keywords. And one feature also that this will be integrated to mills operating systems like SAP in the operating mill plant. The picture on the right corner describes what it includes: maintenance management systems, engineering of the operating plant, what it is used for, online information to operators and stakeholders. It includes the flow sheets and other documents, technical information, and also 3D model is the physical part of this virtual site concept. This picture is end of 90s, beginning of 20s, and still, how to say, very valid. Okay, let's take the next slide, please. This picture describes the modules and application, what are built in the virtual site model around the model. Database is the core. Data can be exported and imported. There are tools for that from different systems like machine supplier, what are using common or what are other insert, whatever. It includes the module for process engineering integrated to database. So flow sheets are drawn by AutoRespit application, and data is read from database to the drawings, to the tags and labels. Jalina, one module for these functional descriptions, semi-automatically integrated tool to create the functional descriptions. Mode AutoCAD is the drafting part of the system. Actually, many of the drawings are generated without any third-party application in the database. The documents are, let's say, more the snapshot to the database, which are created online on time. Reporting tools, I would say that 150 different kind of pre-defined reports to the database. And the WebPub on the right side is the browser-based, web-based tool to browse, find, and look the data and documents, and integrate to 3D model. On the lower side, there is a 3D model, documents management, and mills operating system integrated to same virtual mill system. And the right side, the picture describes that we have a remote connection to maintain the clients and other participants virtual site environment. Okay, let's take a next slide, please. Few benefits, of course. We have to have benefits from our nice systems. This enables so that the data and documents are in hierarchical order in common systems. They are ready for operating and for integration to operating system. They are all in an organized way in the systems. And when we are doing the engineering, we are following the plans or project-specific standards and design rules. They are included and put into the system so that when engineers are doing, they are using same rules, same standards, and same symbols. There are a lot of templates which and libraries which make the engineering effective. And the system is built so that it enables work sharing and remote engineering. What is the keyword for today's operation that we are doing big project in different location, different time zones and different continents. So system is built so that it will support this kind of operation. So like it said, it is integrated to clients' operating and maintenance systems so they can be utilized all the data and documents. Easy access for all stakeholders. And this is very scalability, let's say, so from big, small project to large one. And especially when some plant has done it for first time, other project and other small assignments, easy and effective to do and integrate. Then let's take the next slide. This is some key references from virtual site. This means that normally after implementation engineering project, the virtual site has been moved to the client's premises or in our premises and clients are using it. So when the mill or plant starts operation, after a while modifications and new design starts, and this is fundamental important that there is an up-to-date engineering data in database and 3D model for physical approach. So cornerstones for the digital twin. Today, many of these clients what are on the list are moving all their plants over all the world to the same environments, to same our AFRY's virtual site environment. This is some kind of phenomena for digital twin approach also that we can see. It's happening really. Okay, let's take the last one. Picture. Information documents are integrated automatically to 3D model and virtual site when we are using our tool palette. What I like to say here, for me, the cornerstone for the first approach to digital twin development was a one paper mill project in Kirkniemi, 95. Project director was Mr. Kai Wiikman. We created the 3D model, which is up to date also today. Later on, virtual site implemented. It is integrated today to the mill's SAP operating system and up to date. So this digital twin, path, it has been started a long time ago. We are, let's say, in a much better speed at the moment, but path continues. I think this is shortly about virtual site, tool palette, suite, in-house, effective. If you want to know more about it's a separate decision, but if you have some questions now, please, we are ready to answer.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? There are no questions on the line in the room here. Ulf? So the question here is trying to relay it. It was a long question. Most paper mills are 50 years old, and they, in some cases, don't even have the P&IDs in paper form. So how do we get them onto the virtual site?
This is of course PIDs. They are the key documents for this. It means that we are scanning and redrawing those. If we are digitalizing, first we will do the assessment. We are checking what condition, what kind of data, what kind of drawings, what information is available. Then we make a plan how to digitalize and make them intelligent and put to the database. This means a lot of This means a lot of re-engineering work from paper copies to real digital twin.
Was it answered? Yep. Yep. Huge work is the comment back from the people.
Yeah, but in a way we have different kind of tool palettes and tool sets to automate this, scanning and character object recognizing, that we can take the metadata from the documents and so on automatically to the restructured or predefined hierarchy and metadata format. So tools are available to make it easier, but a lot of manual work, yes.
Were there any more questions? Okay, if not, thank you, Nampo and Markku, and please mute your microphone from your side, and we will continue.
We will do.
So that was the first product that we wanted to talk about, the AFRY virtual site, and now we want to talk about two other products, AFRY Pulse and AFRY MES, and the presentation will be given by David Andersson, who is belongs to Process Industry Sweden, and is a section manager for industrial digitalization section there. Welcome, David.
Thank you. Okay, all set with this? Is it on?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. And I will tell you some about the AFRY Pulse, as Mikael mentioned. We are very proud of this product. And I will tell you about the development of this, a little bit about the history and where we are today, and most of all, how this helps our customers. This is a MES system, and this type of system tells you how to produce your products, what to produce, how it was produced, and also helps you with the collaboration in production. So this type of system lives in this part, and this communicates with the PLC and the SCADA systems and the other equipments below that, and links the information between ERP and makes it flow between these layers. And that arrow should be a little bit further down and pointing on the MES layer. So that's the problems that these kind of systems solve, and we are working within that area along with our colleagues within automation and instrumentation. So it's very much about data flow, information, and this is an increasing area today when we constantly need more information regarding these questions. Yeah. And this is how we help our customers be more competitive. Much about this is common in any type of industry. The Pulse system is a software that have been developed by us, and it's an AFRY product. So we own it till 100%, and we develop it and maintain it. It's been developed upon the platform AFRY MES, and we chose that because it has a very big functionality and some features that we need to have. So if we look at this screen, much of these are common in any type of industry, but we've been focusing with Pulse on the OEE part here, and help our customers bringing losses in production to the surface. And this means that to be able to reach lean production and that philosophy, we need to find the losses and link the humans and operators with the equipment and the signals from the equipment. In that way, we can be more productive and decrease the costs. So the Pulse system, it has been installed about 2 months ago. We started the development about 2 years ago, and we are very proud of that. We have installed this with our first customer, Rottneros, at the first mill. This is a pulp mill, and we will soon install it at the second mill. That's also a Rottneros mill. So they are really trying to increase their productivity with this. Except Rottneros, the other customers here are using our systems and the platform in some way. All of these have their own look and feel on it, and the shell are always configured in certain ways for each customer. But it's the same template and the same platform used. And the technology are about the same. It's modern, and it's a common technology framework. So it has a good performance. It's fast, and it has a mobile support. And this is very important because more and more of our customers are demanding a mobile support, for example. You need to have the information where you are. And this type of software most often need support, and we have 24 hours support for many of them. And this is crucial and important because if the system stops, then the industry stops, and they can produce. So how do we help our customers, and what have we done so far? Well, this is some examples of the savings we have achieved and our platform have generated. And there are various types of industries and different types of savings. So we are getting better and better on the receiving and bringing the savings to the surface. But there are quite large numbers and figures of money in this connected to this. So the customers have been really happy with this and are also choosing to develop their own installations further after this. And we also try to connect the equipment and develop that connection further, so we can have a more stable production, and that's also a very important thing for our customers, because if you have a more stable production, then you can more easily work with the continuous improvements from that part. And back to the AFRY Pulse. The AFRY Pulse is the pulse in the industry and the factory. Everyone is using the Pulse as a meeting board and most of all a place to register the losses in production. This is a picture from the system, and you can see the output in the picture, the diagram, where you have the visual page with a visual output from production, and you can see if there have been any problem. You also have a possibility to register the problems within production and make a fault note to the maintenance system, so you can work with these problems and solve them. You can also put up your own dashboards and configure this as you like. And this is also something that's pretty unique with this. And today, when we're talking about digital twins and other types of functions, it's very much about being proactive and working towards a more proactive way of working. So we are trying to help our customers with this through this system as well, and connecting all the information that you might have within a production plan, for example, and giving this information to the right roles and the right type of operators. So when they have that, they can use it to plan their work further. And this has led to several savings, actually. So many of them have been able to plan the work further and also plan their operators and manning in a better way, so to say. You also get push messages and alarms, so you can connect equipment and machinery and set thresholds. So the equipment sends a push message when it needs to be serviced, for example. Jump over that one, yeah. And how do we install this at the customer then? Well, depending on the needs at the customer and the requirements, they are able to choose and pick the modules that they like and they need. For example, we always have the features from the MES systems, and that gives you responsiveness and mobile function, for example, and a database model. On top of that, you can add your modules to have warehouse support, analytics, pelletizing, for example, if you need that. So we can have a support through the supply chain. So when you have that, these modules all together, then you can, in the outer layer here, the gray circle, then you can modify that and configure the unique parts for your environment and for your industry. Regarding reports and integrations, for example, to your control systems and to your other system. Maybe you have a laboratory LIMS systems and so on. So these layers are always configured in some way. And a project with Pulse takes about 6 months from start till the end. And after 6 months, you are up and running and can start with registering faults and have a better way of working with continuous improvements. So that's a normal project. And as I mentioned earlier, we have started the development of this Pulse system about 2 years ago, and made the first installations 2 months ago, and are now facing the second installation in 1 month. And the next step on this roadmap is some of these features. Much of this is being developed upon our customer needs and how they would like to be able to produce. We are already today able to support our customers with cloud service, and we can install this in our own cloud environment or on premise if they like. We are also developing a better or more advanced decision support, and also automated processes to remove repetitive work and so on. I would like to mention the upper part there, production support. That's a very important thing for our customers as well, because in the process industry, you sometimes have a very good production and sometimes you don't. So it's important to have a footprint and be able to repeat the good production, and this function helps you to set the variables and trim your system and your environment, so you can find your optimal settings and also ramp up the shortest time. And in that way, you save money and time. So this is some of the things we're working on now. And we have a development plan for this, and that's very important. So we are developing this further, and we will also connect this to the other solutions within SmartSite, I think. Okay, that was the last picture for me. Are there any questions? Yeah.
Can you comment on the business model? How do you sell it to a client? I know it's really new. You said 6-month project, so you charge for that project?
Yes.
Do you have license costs and maintenance?
Very good.
So the questions, just to repeat it for the online audience, is it was what about the business model? How does that look, and how do you sell it, and so on?
Yes, good question. Thank you. Actually, the business model, since we have developed this, and it's a kind of standard software, We have already taken the investment, and we are able to rent this to our customers on a monthly fee. It's a very low threshold and very low short step for them to start with. This is quite a step for us as a section as well, and AFRY, I think. But we are today able to rent this, and they can choose how long they should use it. That's the business model today.
Okay, any more questions? Yes, in the back.
Yes, if the customer
So the question, sorry again, for the online audience, it was about what about cybersecurity and data security for the client?
Yes, of course, it's very important for our customers. And the questions are increasing, I think, because it's starting from a low level. So it hasn't been that big issue, but along the way here, when we connect more and more equipment and would like to have more and more information out on the public net. So it's a big question, and we need to increase our offerings as well within that, the cybersecurity.
Yes, another question here from the room. So the question again was whatever, if it takes 6 months to install it at the client, how do you do they start rent it from the beginning, or do they when do they start to pay?
Actually, we are ready to install it day one, but you also need to have your integrations set up, and normally the integration work is about a 6 months period, and a little bit shorter perhaps, but you also have to do some work on your in-house at customers. You need to find the equipment and set the system up with equipment names, for examples. So the cost for the customer starts when the system are available and installed, either on their servers or environment or on a cloud service, and we tell them that, okay, now you're ready to go. So that's when we start to charge them.
More questions? Okay, if not,
Okay.
Thank you, David. So we're a bit ahead of schedule, but we will go for a break now, so it will be a short break. We will reconvene at 2:20 Central European Time, so that is in 30 minutes or so. And so please take the chance to fill up your coffee or whatever you are doing and up to. But please be here back at 2:20. For those of you who are in the audience, there's coffee outside for you. Okay. See you soon. Okay, welcome back to the second session of the AFRY Smart Site Global Technology Day. And so we have an exciting session still going ahead of us, and we will talk now, focus more on we will have some more on the product cases. So Marco will just talk about our product overviews of the Kriti, and then we will talk about we'll hear about the IDS work, and then finally we will take a look at some of the product cases that we have. So the product cases will be a quick presentations of 4 interesting product cases that we have, and then we will have some closing remarks, and we will end at 4:00 Central European Time. So with that said, I would like to introduce Markku Tuminoja, who is the head of asset management, thermal and renewable energy from the energy division. I had to read because it was so long. Anyway, most welcome, and Markku will talk about the Kriti 4.0, a very exciting system.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you for giving me this opportunity to present Kriti in this venue. We think that this Kriti is actually very exciting product that we have been developing about more than 2 years now. The content of the presentation is basically why, how, and what. And why part, we start from the little bit from the let's say the current situation. There are several megatrends underway in the globally, and of course there is this global warming, population, aging of the population, and one of the megatrends is digitalization. And why this digitalization is sort of megatrend? It's because there are more and more possibilities to get data, and it's getting cheaper and cheaper, not only collect the data, but also store the data. And the challenge is that there start to be very many means and sources for the data, and there are also many ways how to analyze the data. But the real challenge is that how do you utilize this data and analysis in a way that you improve your business? We have this new means of getting information more efficiently, 5G, drones, GPS system has been there for a while. Then we have been talking about digital twins, virtual reality and so on. But how to make this potential benefiting your business? This is actually the challenge that we are having. How do you know that you are collecting right data, and how do you know that you are making the right analysis, and how do you make the system working that way that you continuously improving your operations? This is now how, for example, McKinsey sees that the different industries are now heading with the digitalization. Tourism is there on the top, and everybody actually has experienced that nowadays if you are traveling somewhere, you're actually going to internet and you order the tickets and you make the reservations there. Same applies for the banking. And I don't know if this is sort of our benefit, but actually most of our clients, they are actually in the very beginning of the digital journey. So we have chance not only to provide services for them, but also to grow with them. The market potential for the maintenance markets, which I'm talking with when we are talking about Kriti, they are predicted to increase almost 40% per year. And this is sort of giving us potential to gain more and more business in this area. I also collected some digital trends for 2020. This is coming from the Gartner. What are the sort of trends they are foreseeing will happen and our clients will face during this year? Well, then once we have understood that there is opportunities, what are the challenges that the industries are facing? So there are several drivers for the digitalization. One is of course the competition. That's quite obvious. And what the competition does, it does that you need to get lower prices, and if you want to keep or gain your profit, you need to utilize your assets more efficiently. So reduce the OPEX. And of course, there are requirements coming from not only from the audience, but also from the authorities requiring less pollution, higher safety, and also other stakeholders, for example, shareholders, are requiring more profit. And how do you achieve these kind of things? And what are the markets looking at? They are actually looking at how to utilize the current assets more efficiently. How to make sure that the operation is in the level that it should be, and how to make sure that you use the other resources required for the operations efficiently. And from there, we come to the key challenges. How do you make sure that you have sufficient availability? The one challenge is that the workforce is retiring, and the retiring workforce is then taking the tribal knowledge with them. They have gained experience during the years, and then this silent knowledge, it disappears. How do you get this kind of experience to your utilization? And then, of course, how to utilize the assets in the most optimal way, and taking into account all the variables like aging. What does it mean for the operation? Do you need to have more space, for example, in order to maintain the availability, or what other kind of investments you should do? And then, of course, how do you know that you are making the right decisions? That's always the challenge. How do you know that you have the right information, and how do you know then that what conclusions you should make from there? This is now then sort of picture showing that if we are talking about data analytics, that where the companies are for the time being. Quite many companies are still in the level that they are actually reactive. So something is happening, then they are doing something. And they are not trying to achieve the situation where they have better analysis that what has really happened, and even more predict that what will happen. Then the next step is this prescriptive models. So not only predicting that what is happening, but also the system is capable of advising you. What are your options? What are your best options? But this is not actually what we are trying to gain with Kriti. We are actually trying to get to the next level. Not only predicting, being proactive, what is going to happen, but also automate the decision making as far as possible. This was the why part. So there are megatrends, there are needs, the industry is changing, and then there are challenges, and we need to answer to these challenges. And for this, we have developed Kriti 4.0. Just shortly about the history. Sorry about the... Oh, you have been correcting it. It used to be Pöyry there, but now it's AFRY. Thank you, Mikael. So, so a little bit about the history of Kriti. During the development, it has actually had other names, but at the end we came up with this Kriti name. It's not acronym from anything. It's actually one of the name of the Indian god Ganesha. So Ganesha is then sort of symbol for removing obstacles, and that's why we have this Kriti name. And the 4.0 is, it has two meanings. So it's a industry 4.0. And then also the other thing is that we have four parties. We have AFRY, then we have Infosys, then we have Nokia, and then we have client. So we started to develop this Kriti a little bit more than 2 years ago. And it started from our RAMS services. We have been doing in our Tampere office and Vantaa office RAMS services. RAMS is coming from the words reliability, availability, maintainability, and safety, about 10 years. And it's a sort of modeling the process and predicting how it behaves in the mid and long term. So we are analyzing what kind of risks there are, what kind of improvements potential there are, and it's a sort of static modeling. And now what we have been doing with Kriti is that we have combined with this model-based, which is this RAMS, also the data-driven part. And with this data-driven part, we are talking about reading real-time data, analyzing it, and predicting how the system equipment is behaving on the short term. So now we can cover all the, let's say, time span of the assets. And this is actually one of the unique features that Kriti has. The development work started with Infosys. So we were combining this model-based data-driven models. So the artificial intelligence and machine learning part, predicting the system behavior in the short term is coming from them, and we are providing this RAMS part. And then we realized that, okay, something is missing, because if we want to provide holistic solution, not just analyzing one equipment, but we want to understand how the system, how the plant, how the site is functioning, we need to collect the data in more efficient way. And this is where the Nokia came in. And this Nokia coming in also gave possibility to have a global solution as a Kriti. So this is our vision that how the Kriti will develop. Just shortly then explaining that how this Kriti is being developed, because that's also a little bit different approach than the, let's say, the other predictive maintenance suppliers are having. Firstly, the process is not starting to read operational data and analyze that. No, it starts actually from the RAMS analysis. The RAMS analysis, we model the system, we understand what are the critical equipment components, what kind of failure modes there are, and then what are the consequences if something is failing. And not only analyzing sort of failures that has happened, but we can also analyze the failures that, if they happen, are not acceptable. So bringing in more risk information. And then once we have analyzed that what are the critical assets, we know where to concentrate our efforts. Then after we have analyzed the failure modes, the next step is to analyze the root cause of the failures. And once we have understood that what are the root causes of the failures, then we can actually start to analyze what kind of information we need to collect in order to understand what is the current status of the asset and how it's going to behave. And once we have identified the critical assets, we can then start to digitalize the information. Already during the RAMS modeling, identifying the critical assets, we collect data from the organization. We are talking about tribal knowledge, silent knowledge. And this is something which is important part of the Kriti solution. We digitalize all the data. So others have been already talking about IT, OT, ET. Yeah, that's part of the Kriti. But not only that, we collect more. We collect more data and tribal knowledge through understanding the physics of failure, smart tools. So smart tools, when we are talking about smart tools, we are talking about augmented reality, chatbot, these kind of things. And through smart tools, we can collect the best practices from the organization. And then, of course, this is maybe the most obvious, learning from the operation. So collecting the operational data, analyzing it, and learning from there that how the system is going to behave. And the idea is not just to collect and analyze the data, but also what we foresee is important is that how you can improve the system. So through RAMS analysis, the next step after analyzing the critical assets is to prepare a maintenance program. So through this modeling, we can prepare much more precise maintenance program, RCM program, reliability-centered maintenance, and what we are actually talking about is a streamlined RCM program. And this is sort of the optimal, most cost-efficient maintenance program to achieve the inherent availability of the system. And then further improve and make the maintenance operations more efficient to provide best practices, information available. And of course, being proactive through the predictive part of the system. And then, of course, once you have your options clear, information there, you can make informed decisions. Now, this is now then the detailed architectural framework of Kriti. So we have engineering data, IT data, operational data, and this is actually one of the clue things of Kriti. We are calling this fusion approach. This is where we combine the model-based data-driven models. And then how we approach this Kriti work. So in the beginning, analyzing what is critical, how they fail, what kind of information is needed, what kind of gaps there are, for example, in the data collection, in the connectivity. We assess what is the most feasible scope for Kriti. Then after that is been defined. So the idea is, of course, that this is the part where we bring most of the value added to the client. Then it's implementation and then operation phase. And the assessment phase is normally taking from 1 to 3 months, and the implementation is from 3 to 9 months, 3 to 6 months. And of course, for example, the training and workshops, they are a very important part of the process. And what do the clients get? The time is getting a little short. The key issue is this operational excellence. So continuous improvement, and if we see what is under operational excellence, low operational risk, low operational cost, and increased revenues. This is what we are bringing in. And then I think it's worth to mention that actually if you look at the fundamentals of ISO 55000, which is the asset management sort of standard, Kriti is supporting that very efficiently. And last, I would like to mention that in the beginning I was sort of presenting that why we are doing Kriti. So there were several reasons. There are megatrends, there are information, there are challenges and so on. But there was one reason I did not mention, and I would say that the one reason that why we are making Kriti is because we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions? Yes? So we need to repeat the question, yes. So your question was, so how do we sell this when there are all other systems on the market here?
The difference is that actually the solution that we can bring, this connect all these things with connectivity, and then the key thing is that we have this model-based, data-driven. So what are the other suppliers doing? They are mostly, the approach is that they are taking one equipment and they are monitoring that, and then they are predicting that what will happen. But we have more holistic view, and we have capabilities to sort of integrate this to the enterprise-wide solution and give sort of holistic view that what is happening in the enterprise. Mm. Basically, yes.
So the added question here was, do you have already templates for different processes? Sorry, it is because we have no sound pickup from here. So
yeah, yes, we have been doing this RAMS modeling already for 10 years. So we have modeled, let's say, all kind of equipment. But that's not actually the challenging part. The challenging part is make the RAMS model of the process. That's the challenging part, and understanding how the process behaves. But yes, and then one more thing which I did not mention, you were asking that how we differentiate from the others, is also the smart tools, the maintenance sort of improvement that we are providing. And also what Kriti also brings in is through RAMS analysis, once you understand what is critical and where the risk lies, what kind of improvement options there are in there, and what kind of feasible improvement options there are in the system.
Okay, thank you, Markku. Ulf, you can ask Markku the question separately afterwards. Sorry.
Thanks.
Next talk is from Lennart Waldenström, who is the sales, what do you call yourself? Sales and business development, head of digitalization and vice president and head of digitalization, sorry, at the Industrial Digital Solutions division. We're very glad that you're here, and we'll talk about what you are doing at the IDS division. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see if I can manage this then. Thank you very much for inviting me. Very glad to be here. I got 30 minutes right now, so I'm going to try to make the most of it. I will not be able to explain everything that we do in this rather big division, IDS, but I will give you a few trailers, and I will try to make you curious enough to contact me and my colleagues afterwards to get more information. So that's my goal today, to really catch your attention and make you curious. So first of all, a little bit about the division then. As you can see, it's quite a big division. It's roughly 4,000 employees, more than 6 billion SEK. These are figures from 2018, 6 billion SEK in revenue. Also, this division has sort of two major, we have two major businesses. One is more into manufacturing, helping the client to produce their product. And the other part is helping R&D and IT service development, which is more into helping the client to develop their product or their service. So these are two major things that we do within the division. So as you can see on the left side, you see more of the expertise, which is more general, which can transcend different businesses. And if you look to the middle part, you see some domains where we have a deep domain knowledge. So we can develop a product for almost any business. At the same time, when we do it for automotive, we also add a big, deep domain knowledge. So this is what this is supposed to represent then. Talking about digital, this has been shown before. Out of the 1,700 people which is sort of into developing digital solutions and services, the vast majority of these are within the division Industrial and Digital Solutions. And as you can see on the right side here, we start at developing the electronics, the analog and digital electronics within devices. Then we connect the devices. Once the device is connected, we build the apps or the services that we provide from a larger system or a cloud solution to this. And then we build on and on until we have a big ecosystem. Also, we are into the interaction design, as you can see on top there, because it's not only about building smart things, connecting them to a system, adding services and analytics, but it's also, as been said before here today, it's about the interaction, visualization of this. So coming back to how should I, as a person, interact with this system? How can the system provide me with insights in a good way? So that interaction design is also very it's big within our division. We are the biggest actor in Sweden, I would say, perhaps in the Nordics, within interaction design. How do we provide value then to our clients? Well, we range from professional service, which is where we go to the client site and help them alongside with them to develop something, a product or a service. Moving on to teams, projects, functions, and then concepts and solutions. So, of course, we do the whole range from turnkey projects to an individual helping the clients on their own site, that whole range. Something that is really progressing within R&D companies is team delivery right now. Instead of getting one person or 5 persons into their sort of section or their development unit, they want a team which is managed by their provider. So the composition of the team, the development of the team, and also looking after that the team progress and work well together. That is provided by a supplier like AFRY. So that is something that we see very much within R&D and with product developing companies, for example. So moving forward then, as a major part of the division comes from product development, we've been following this development. We can see that our clients in any business has always been developing. So there is always an ongoing transition. I think you recognize this. But what we see right now is the pace of the transition, going from a product to a smart product with an onboard computer, for example. We see this in a lot of products. They get connected and then they start communicate with a server somewhere, exchanging data. And adding services to that product. We are now moving more and more into the system of products. So the Internet of Things, where the product becomes part of a system. And here I definitely think that you recognize yourself looking at the site, a plant. There you will have a lot of things that you need to be connected and part of a larger system and managed as one system. What we will also see is the progression from one system to a system of systems. And this is very much something that we are both looking forward to and also really wanting to take a position in. I would say one major difference between before, there's always been a transition, but the pace of the transition right now is very high. So the digitalization within our clients, the possibilities for the clients, for them to be able to grasp them, they need external help. And that's what I think we should really do. And I think the whole day has been about this also. Very important for us in our division. So looking at this curve, we saw it before. I'm very happy to add clients on the top part of this curve. Because within the IDS division, we work with, I would say, the whole range of clients. So one thought is, of course, to bring solutions from the more mature digital clients to the not so mature digital clients then. But to be able to do this, it's not only to take a solution from a tourist business or a telecom business and say, well, here you have a solution. Of course, it needs to be tailored and be value creating within, for example, assembly or health then. So how to do that transition, that's one of the key challenges. We have made a one-pager to say what is our division, what do we stand for. But I would like to zoom immediately into this because it's too much information. But we really want to become our Nordic clients' first choice of transformation partner. The clients are in a transformation, and with digitalization, the pace, as I said, is very high, and we want to be the preferred partner for that. We say the Nordic because we are strong in the Nordics within the division. I think you saw that 92% of the revenue is currently from Sweden. So we have that's our base, but of course we are able to support, and we also have business outside the Nordics. But as one of the main goals or ambitions for the division, this is it. So what do we have to do then? We try to paint a picture for us to have a direction. We are 8 business areas that work, in many cases, independent. They drive their own business. They are big business areas, and they really know their domain. But at the same time, as a division, what are a few directions that we share then? Looking at the first, and I think many of you before has been talking about this, we need to be able to combine. If we look at let me try this out. No? Yeah, thank you. The technology, of course, is important. But if you only have technology, you say that, well, we have this very fancy AI technology, we can do anything. So the trap is to do anything, you know. You should do something that creates value, of course. At the same time, we are really skilled at implementing, or we are very creative. This is all good, but it needs to come together to be combined. So what we are saying is, of course, you need the technology. You need to understand the new building blocks that you could add to a solution. At the same time, you need to have a design thinking because you need to be creative. Perhaps the product should be a service. Perhaps you should challenge the old solutions. But at the same time, if you lack the domain expertise, how can you be sure that you're creating a solution that really creates value for the clients? So this combination is very important. So I'm going to show you an example where you have a fancy sort of technology. This is a small concept that we built within the division. It's called Flowity. It is an AI and a camera, and it's able to do a lot of different tasks. But before it has got a good task, it's only technology. So you need to provide it with some tasks to perform to really create value. So from technology to something that brings value, you need to add the domain knowledge. We actually spoke to Michael about this, and he provided us with a good, what if you could increase safety in a site? So we made this movie. It's a little bit corny, but here we go. So this is actually at our Gothenburg site, I think. And if you look at this corner, here you have the AI. First it tells you to put on the helmet, and then it says put on the vest. And then when he gets the vest on, he will get the sort of all clear. If the movie continues. Aha. Oh, okay, let's try that again then. Without me poking it. So, first of all, he gets that put on the helmet, and then he will get put on the vest. And of course, this could be used either you are not allowed to enter a site unless you wear the protective gear, or you could, of course, monitor an area and just give out the statistics, how many people are using hard hats and vests in this site. So many ways to put this AI and camera to work, but at the same time, without a proper task, then it's just technology. So you understand what I mean? So here comes the domain knowledge. What would create value for you? A good question on how to use this technology is telling yourself, if I only knew, and then you get, if I only knew who is not wearing the protective gear, that would be valuable for me. And then you give the task to this AI. So this is an example, technology with a good task. Then moving on to this image then. For many businesses, digitalization will be sort of a revolution. It will happen very fast, so it feels like a revolution. At the same time, many clients need to have more of an evolution journey. You need to be able to help them. Where should they start? So instead of making them jump all the way up, we need to help them where to start and how to progress, without stopping their business, how to progress, how to utilize digitalization that is available, at the same time continue with your sort of production or manufacturing then. So one example is this. We have a team or a business area working a lot with manufacturing, and they have this concept called virtual commissioning, and I will show you just 38 seconds of movie. So they have the whole line, they do a lot of turnkey projects, but if you have a brownfield project where you're supposed to stop a production, do some modifications and then start it again, that could be very expensive. So this is actually combining virtual reality with an emulated environment where you can go in and try out your solution. You use the PLC code that you will use in the factory later on, and then you can try what happens if I do this, if I do that. So you will actually move into it, and you will use the same software as you will do in your factory. And one example of this is, well, a traditional stop. I removed the numbers because the picture gets a little bit too blurry, but we have this as an example. You have a cost, and you have a cost over standstill time, and when you use virtual commissioning, this is your curve. So 75% saving. So this is, I would say, rather good. So I think this is a good example on how to utilize digitalization, sort of where you are at now, because a lot of sites have standstill and you want to minimize them. So add digitalization there. And then, of course, I agree with what a lot of people have said. You want to move so you have all the data in one place, and you want to end up with a complete digital solution. But at the same time, this is an example. Start where you are and build from that then. Yeah. The last of the three is we need to partner up. Our clients often need to partner up. We need to partner up to provide complete solutions within digitalization. So one example of this, which I think in Sweden you can see it a little bit on TV and a lot in the newspapers, is that we partnered up with the infrastructure division here at AFRY. And then they were aware of a challenge that Trafikverket, they manage all the roads in Sweden. They had this, they want to know what are the sort of road conditions in Sweden. So the traditional way to do that was to rent a lot of measuring car. You had a supplier with measuring car that traveled around and measured sort of the friction on the roads. And then you got the data, and then you understood, well, what are the conditions of the road. Our solution instead was to partner up with Volvo, because we know that Volvo cars are actually measuring this. So we have thousands of Volvos driving around in the country anyway, and if we could use the data from that to provide it to Trafikverket, you would get much better data, anonymous of course, and you would get it not in real time, but almost. And then, of course, there will be no extra driving for any car, so it's environmental friendly. So this solution provided Trafikverket with lots of value that could not have been done before digitalization. So I think this is a good example of partnering, both with internal with another division then, of course, and us coming from the automotive side with Volvo to provide something to Trafikverket. And we've been moving this further on, partnering also with companies like Siemens and Ericsson for different solutions, because to be a complete solution provider to the client, you need to partner up. You don't bring everything yourself to the table. So partnering for complete solutions, but also partnering for components. If you look at AI or cloud, that should be components in your solutions, and you don't build perhaps your own cloud, then you use perhaps Microsoft or Amazon for that then. So also a library of building blocks that you can use for your solutions. But then perhaps most importantly, and that's why I'm very happy to be here today, partnering with our sister divisions within our company, of course. Because we have such a footprint in so many different sectors. And for us to come together, we really bring that triangle together internally within AFRY. So with the domain knowledge, with the implementation skills, and also the concepts that I've seen here today, we can set something really, really unique together. So that kind of partnering is perhaps the most important. And I think Michael is looking at the clock here, so no. Let me just end up with this picture then. Sorry for having a little bit... Oh, now it says 5 minutes. Okay. Sorry, I had so much I wanted to tell you, so sorry for the really high pace. But I hope still you find a few things interesting, and you're very, very welcome to contact me or my colleague Fredrik. Please stand up. Or Fredrik also. And there are many other colleagues here from IDS also, but we will be very happy to take any questions. If you just want to ask, could you help out with this or that? Because we have so many solutions in place in so many sectors. So don't hesitate to contact us. So looking forward to doing business together with you.
Okay. So, thank you, Lennart. Questions to Lennart? No? Any questions to Lennart? Okay, thank you.
It's crystal clear then.
Crystal clear. You know, it's as Lennart said, you know, one of the good things here and the opportunities for us is that we could find these common areas that we work together between the divisions. It's very, very important, I think. So I'm very happy that you're here as well.
Yeah, and if I then have 2 more minutes.
Yeah, yes, you have.
Yeah, I would say that we have a lot of knowledge. We have on how to build all kind of R&D product solutions from the mechanical design, from the electronics, from the connectivity, how to build robust, secure system, a lot of with cybersecurity. And then also more than 1 billion in revenue within more like IT systems that you connect to and working with that. So whatever kind of system that you would like to develop, we have a lot of the technical skills. And then of course also domain knowledge from the domain that we work in. So feel free to contact us if you have some sort of need or some sort of question regarding that. And at the same time, within the manufacturing industry, I think we face quite a few similar challenges that you do, and I know that our food and pharma business area has been working with your division also. So yeah, in short, contact us if you hesitate. Don't just contact us. Okay.
Okay. Thank you again, Lennart. Good. We will move over, continue in the program, and now we will go over to and talk about some of the project cases we have. So we will have short presentation about 4 of our project cases. And the first one is for a project called Torun Sedun Energia, probably wrong, mispronounced, sorry. And we should have Marco on the line, right?
Here I am.
Yes, great. And Marco, that you heard before, is still a senior advisor at Process Industries Finland. So Marco, please tell us about this interesting case.
All right, let's take the first slide. So this is Turun Seudun Energiatuotanto. This is a company in southwest part of the Finland, and it has power plants and related facilities for that. They are producing energy for industry and district heat for homes in Turku area for 200,000 people approximately. And there are several owners for the company. Okay. Let's take the next slide, please. This is what we are doing there. What is our scope for the work? We started and still ongoing what we are doing there. We are hosting 3D model services for this power plant. They have existing models from different sources. Like we were earlier talking about existing documents and paper documents and data and so on, they have all of kind of this, I mean, models, documents, databases, paper copies, whatever. But we started with the client to set up 3D environment. It's Aveva PDMS environment, and this main hub for the system is our environment here. What we are doing, we are maintaining these model satellites in different locations. There are several players, like they are equipment suppliers and how to say, client has many stakeholders. So we are maintaining, setup, and hosting these model services. And this model maintenance services, what it is, we are keeping the system running, update the needed components, symbol libraries and attributes, whatever. And then we are importing and exporting models from different systems, different sources. So we are keeping the system running and giving the services to maintain it. We are publishing the review models for different stakeholders there, owners, in scheduled way. We are creating and updating all the time the instructions, how to use it, how to maintain, what to do, and we are training the people. So this was the first step for this, I would say, digitalization and giving these services. At the moment, when it started, our local offices in Turku area, they are making services, maintaining, updating, engineering services for this company. So remember, I call it like a remote local service when we are doing via models and via databases. But this enables this type of services to our local offices when we are putting this kind of setup. It has benefits for the client. Let's come later for there, but it has a lot of other benefits for us also than only this how to say, income from this setup work. Let's take the next slide, please. What is ongoing now, another issue, I call it step number 2. We are implementing, it's one of Finnish company, Cadmatic, Ego, which means model review tools with status, collaboration and mobile functions. So what we are doing, we are planning the system architecture, defining all kind of hierarchies and structures, define needed attributes and tags for integration. So this is the basic for future digital twin approach. Converting from different systems to the same model, creating instructions and training, again, like I said. Step number 2, ongoing. These first steps we are executing and we are involved. Next one, please. The third, and what is then under planning, and after these 2 sessions and under planning is that we will integrate the data, process electrification, automation, HVAC. So that when we have established first these, how to say, on basics, data and models, we start to integrate. We start to integrate this document management system and integrate to these previous items to ERP system. So this is under planning. Next slide, please. What are the benefits for the client? So this is the path toward digital twin and smart site. They will have a coherent, up-to-date data, models and data for maintenance and decision making for all stakeholders. One same engineering platform for all consultants. So it does not mean that we are the only one who is doing engineering or giving services. We are hosting the services for all needed partners. Of course, we like to be preferred. It's a very, how to say, cost-effective approach for life cycle operations. What is rewards to us? It is an enabler for these local services for us. It is, how to say, the beef, if we can use that word nowadays. But we are inside the client operations. We know what is happening, and we are in a good position to give these offer and produce these services for running and existing plants. That's the beef there in this. Of course, this is itself profitable, but small volume business to host these, but it enables other services and keep us up to date and near the client all the time. I think that was shortly this case. Thank you.
Thank you, Markku. Any questions to this case? Yes, the question was if we have partnership with Aveva, and the question came rapidly from Kai with a yes.
Actually, we are open for different kind of software suppliers, so that there are many factors which are impacting what is the selected tool in which case, but we have a knowledge and we have capabilities to integrate and give the services with all main players software.
Okay. Any more questions?
One thing to mention is that this is the way that we believe that we will also come into the OpEx.
Okay. One thought, question, Markku. Could you say anything about the size of this assignment for us? How big project is this for us in round numbers?
It's itself, I cannot say about the services, engineering services. It's a few people services normally running all the time from Turku area offices. This integration and these model hosting services, we are talking about maybe 100,000 euros only. That's not a mega size.
Yeah. So
the beef is really that we are near the client, we are enable digitalization, and we have a lot of assignments for engineering remote local services in that customer.
Okay, so we're getting close.
We are in. Okay. So.
Okay. Thank you. So thank you, Markku, and we will take the next speaker, which is Nampu Raya. Again, are you with us, Nampu?
Yeah, Michael, I'm here.
Yeah,
can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you there. So Nampu is still the digital leader in Industry 4.0 and belonging to Process Industries Finland, but also to Infosys. Nampu will talk about a case we did for the Navigator company, which is a pulp company in Portugal, pulp and paper company in Portugal. So please go ahead, Nampu.
Yeah. Hey, thank you, Michael, and I'm here again. This time, I'll present a project case from a project that we executed for an European customer who claimed to have one of the most efficient paper machines of that kind in the world today. So it was a very interesting project, and maybe I should probably start by giving you the context of the project. So Michael, if you help me with the next slide. Yeah. So this is a quick summary. So you have the scope. The client approached us to develop the master plan because they wanted to implement Industry 4.0 concepts. And you have the first glimpse of the client there. It is Navigator at Setubal, Paper Machine 4. They claim to have one of the most efficient paper mills in the world of that kind. And they very clearly also articulated the focus tracks for us. So they said it was production and maintenance, that's within the operations, finishing and warehouse, then ICT, which is information and communication technologies, predominantly IT, which is operations IT and business IT, and safety. This is a little interesting case because client had upfront realized some of the concerns in this area. So they had very specifically or categorically identified these focus tracks for us. And the approach that we used was primarily the Industry 4.0 Maturity Index, which you have been hearing on and off, if not the name, at least the framework multiple times. So maybe I'll give you a little bit, details into the framework. If I move on to the next slide, Michael. Yeah. You saw this picture time and again, but I thought I'll give you a little more details so that you can make use of it in some of the interactions, because it also brings a very interesting value proposition. Yeah. So as it's said there, it is a multi-dimensional scientific framework. I'll come to that, why it's called so, in the next subsequent slides. It basically identifies the influence of digital transformation in the organization, and the primary objective was to help an organization guide by setting up a digital transformation roadmap, because as we were seeing these clients, most often not just greenfield projects, but on the projects which are mills that are running for so many years, who wanted to enhance their productivity and efficiency using digitalization or Industry 4.0. They were having questions like, where to start, which one to prioritize, what is the real and right value proposition. So that it is in this context, this framework helps in a very good way. I also said it's a scientific framework because this framework was developed jointly by Akatech. You have the name in the next slide. Akatech is the German Academy of Science and Engineering. It is quite interesting because these are the guys who came out with the term Industry 4.0 in 2011. And then on, they have been helping industries come out with approaches that can help them set up the digital transformation roadmap. Yeah, and it also is a very structured framework, and we will see some of those details in the next slide if you move further down. Michael? Yeah. So if you look at this framework, as I said, it is developed by in a consortium led by Akatech. It is therefore a German Academy of Science and Engineering basically has a set of scientific partners, universities per se. And when we built this model, we didn't want to be only scientific, but also something that's practical. So it was a consortium jointly with a set of industry partners. And even during the development of this framework, it was validated before it was published at Hanover in 2017. Yeah. So basically, this framework emphasizes 6 levels of maturity, which is the fundamental objective of Industry 4.0. And as you may see, each of the stage builds on the previous one, and therefore gives a business edge. And therefore, it is all about achieving business impact. Starting from level 3, which is when we say, you start to realize the value of Industry 4.0. We say, the first level of maturity is to see whether you have real-time visibility of do you know what is happening, right? And the next level of maturity is, okay, maybe you know what is happening. Do you also know why is it happening, right? The understanding aspect using maybe, deep dive into KPIs or doing some root cause analysis. And the third level of maturity is predictability. That is not just knowing what is happening and why is it happening, but would you also know when will it happen next? And we said this is when industries would start realizing the true benefits of Industry 4.0. And then the final ultimate objective is adaptability, where you give these insights back into your automation systems or your autonomous systems, which can then react, sense and react, right? Adaptability, right? But we also said, we will keep level 1 and 2 because maybe these are facets of, industrial automation that happened. That's a part of third industrial revolution. But we said we need to have it there because many industries have not yet they do not have this levels already. So if you want to evaluate, we need to start from there. But then again, the disclaimer there is, it is just not to go and tell, assess the asset, client and say you are at level 1, level 2, or, something of that sort, because that doesn't mean anything to the customer. But what we are trying to say is, we will come and do a status quo assessment so we know where you are. And from then on, we can guide you with a roadmap on how to reach where you want to reach, right? That is the underlying objective. And then attaining these levels of maturity is what we say dependent on these 4 structuring forces. You see them there. They have clear aspects of interest. And when we go to a customer, these are the 4 structuring forces that we evaluate against these 6 levels of maturity. Quickly, resources, we are basically looking at the set of physical resources, predominantly the equipment, the tools, sometimes even the processes, who participate predominantly in the production activity. And as assets are getting more, equipments are getting more and more intelligent, it is very, very important that you have the right approach to manage them. And the next aspect is the assessment of the technology systems. It could be engineering systems, operation systems like PLC, DCS, SCADA, MES, aspects like do they have connectivity? Are you able to get visibility like KPIs, maybe OEE, product performance, availability, quality, and are you able to also predict when they would fail? Do you have redundant systems like what Marco was talking about? Marco Tumanaya was talking about RAMs. Maybe some RAMs aspect, safety aspects which you might have to incorporate to, manage failure of systems, unexpected failures, right? So the aspects of technologies. And the third one is processes. Basically, processes, as you know, is a set of actions or activities that is defined to achieve a specific objective. And when you have smart systems and if you don't have effective processes, the technologies would fail. And we therefore assess processes also, because when you implement smart systems, you will have to implement smart processes. In fact, this is a very interesting edge of AFRY, because we have a lot of process experts. We define processes, we build processes, so you can now articulate them in the context of digitalization. If you're building a mobile-based application, you will have to move away from paper-based systems, which means you will have to update your processes. Otherwise, you still have a weakest link in the chain. And the last one is organization culture. This is also important because many times you need to cultivate the digital culture in the organization. Otherwise, the people don't have the mindset to take on this digital transformation journey, and they say, they don't get engaged. Like, reskilling. You can't always depend on external partners to, build the most sophisticated solution. So the whole aspect of organization culture. So I took some time on the framework because this has very interesting, outcomes. We can use it in multiple facets. And basically we use this framework, but let me quickly move on to the interesting findings, from the project. So Michael, can you? Yeah. So if you, this is a quick summary. I am not getting into the details of the findings, but 3 interesting aspects as we did the detailed assessment of the sub-processes or the focus tracks that I mentioned earlier. One is, real-time visibility. They lacked real-time visibility, while this PM4, the paper machine, has implemented the most advanced systems. It's just 10 years old, the paper machine. They claim, again, as one of the most sophisticated or efficient paper mills, but they lacked 360-degree production visibility, which means they had multiple DCS systems from Honeywell, from Valmet, and there was not a single dashboard or single pane of visibility, and people were sitting with multiple systems and tracking part of the KPIs in one system and part of the KPI in the other system, and there was no interrelationship between KPIs. And if there is a maintenance event, it is there in the DCS system, and somebody comes in and manually filters them to the plant maintenance system, which is the ERP system. So this was a big concern. While they were having the advanced systems, they lacked real-time visibility. The second aspect was data. They had huge amount of data because they had advanced systems, but there was no strategy to make use of this data. They were just storing the data and then maybe at some point in time archiving and fizzling them out because they were not making use of the data. And there were then when we started discussing data, there were also a lot of questions on the quality data, how frequent it is collected, how big it is, how small it is, and aspects like that. But there was an interesting opportunity to get interesting insights out of this data. And the third one is what we have been talking, right? This is a perennial problem with all complex process industries, where they have domains, IT, OT, ET, they don't talk to each other, and then they don't have a single source of truth, which can then become the foundation to leverage or build their digital solution. So 3 interesting insights. But what we then did was, Michael, the next slide, please. We basically gave them some interesting aspects of a roadmap, right? So we said, if you now want to go on from here, you have the best systems, but today you don't have a single pane visibility because they are not interoperable, right? Your machine control systems, your MES systems, DCS, quality control systems, they are not interoperable because they are all coming from multiple vendors. Yeah. So this is another interesting value proposition that EFRI as a system integrator can bring, because we are not vendor agnostic. We are not protocol, forcing. We come with a very standard approach, right? So, and again, we don't come with EFRI standard. We come with an industry standard, and we therefore give a flexibility to the customer to incorporate any vendor systems, but on a unified architecture. So we said the first one you should look at is building an interoperable architecture. We proposed OPC UA, the open process control or OLE-based process control, which is one communication standard that is proposed by RAMI, Reference Architecture Model for Industry 4.0. So this is the first step on enhancing to the next level of efficiency and productivity. Second, we said once you have this, then you can have a single pane visibility of all your business KPIs. One dashboard for productions, one for warehouse, one for health and safety. And then we will help you build transparency, like root cause analysis, right? How events are correlated. You might have multiple events coming because of one, disconnect or multiple, alarms coming out of one event, but how can you, correlate between them and find the root cause, right? Aspects like that. And then getting into the next level where we called it engineering analytics. I heard the earlier speaker very clearly articulating that it is just not building a data science or a technology advanced solution, but applying process knowledge or domain knowledge to build the enhanced analytics. Yeah, so we call it engineering analytics. We don't call it data science. And then the last slide, I know I'm overshooting my time, but I'll stop with the next slide, Michael, please. And this therefore translated into a set of projects, right? So I'm not reading them out, but it's quite clear, right? So how we started from where and how we now have a roadmap, an approach, and a set of projects for them to pick and choose based on their internal priorities and the outcomes that they could see, right? So let me take a call there, and that's my last slide as well. I know Sharp, yeah. So I'll wait for some questions, but that's an interesting project case that we could execute, yeah.
Thank you, Nampu. We have one question from online. How does this concept, with the maturity index that you've done for Navigator, how is that different from Voigt's generic papermaking 4.0 concept for paper machines?
The second part, the question was, how is it different from
Voigt's generic papermaking 4.0 concept for paper machines?
I'm not sure if papermaking 4.0 comes with a very specific framework as such. The whole intent there would be, as Industry 4.0 is a very, very busy word in the industry today, and you have paper 4.0, pulp 4.0, and everywhere, right? So it is an approach which the industry is trying to put together for leveraging advanced technologies and approaches, but this is a framework which can guide them in that journey, right? So if there is a paper making 4.0 concept, but they need an approach which can guide them to achieve that concept, and this is where this framework comes in.
Okay, I can take that one, Nampu, please. Yes, the system that Voigt is offering, that is more an let's say, knowledge-based opportunity and guiding based on the measurements within the machine. What we were looking more was an operational activity which is going beyond the machine itself. It's also operations, health and safety. So Voigt and even Andritz and Valmet, they are providing systems that are looking the details inside the machine and trying to predict or guide the people to use the machinery. That's the big difference.
Hey, thank you.
Okay,
just one word to add, because Kai brought an interesting aspect is, vendors get, customers get an intent to get caught with this, vendor solutions, but something what we are talking is beyond that. So this sort of gives them a flexibility to move away from the vendor locked approach, which will then, limit them in terms of flexibility later on. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Nampu. We will move over in the program. Nampu, please mute your mic on your side. And the next speaker is Tapio Koskinen from Process Industries Finland. Tapio is vice president there. Most of you are in Finland. But anyway, you have been working very much with the smart site development from the Pöyry side, and you will talk about the Outokumpu Digimine project. Sorry.
Okay, now you can you hear? Yeah. Okay, thanks, Michael. So the topic for today is the Digimine project of Outokumpu. Our former colleague Mikko Hytinen was heading the project, and we've been syncing a bit of information what they did, but also what could be business for us in the future. So I will touch that as well. But basically what's happening, so this is Outokumpu's only mine in Finland today, but we have a lot of customer cases and let's say leads or prospects at the moment on this mining industry. So the digitalization is getting traction there, and our customers or these they really want our help. They need the assistance how to get started with the digitalization and some relevant scope as well. So this is just like one example of what we have been involved with. So what is Kemi mine? So there are old open mines still existing, but basically today it is this 500 level that is in production, and it's been modeled and working today, but the biggest project for us today is this new 1000 level. So we have a DeepMind project there, and we've been doing that already a year or even more, nearly 2, and that's something that then they will move 500-meter level deeper in the near future. So about the DigiMine and the digitalization. So if we compare to the Industry 4.0, so this is a bit of like aligned towards that, even though they did it from their own point of view. So situational picture, meaning the visibility. So they want to get proper online visibility to support their decision making. So this is the one target for them. The other one is automation. They want to automate everything possible in the mine, especially underground, and there is a safety reason. So meaning that when there are no people underground, there are no accidents. And that's one of the topic for them. So a bit of overall picture. So this is some items from Outokumpu press release last summertime. So they want to utilize digitalization and optimize from the mine to the steel mill, all the operations they have. And of course then DigiMine is like a sub-project for that initiative. So process optimization, predictive maintenance, quality control were the topics for the whole value chain. They have made a strategic partnership with Microsoft. Everywhere they can, they want to utilize Microsoft tools. Azure Cloud, they have already their own analysts, data analysts. They want to utilize Power BI as the dashboard platform and so on. So that's already happening there. But then this DigiMine project that actually Mikko was heading, so there are 5 work packages. We were helping them to define these. We were also helping to start with each of these tracks. But these tracks, they were headed by, of course, Outokumpu people. So they are responsible of doing that. I was somehow involved when they needed some help for vendor selection, if they were looking for some vendors, or they were asking comments for certain technologies, whether it was 5G underground or Wi-Fi or whatsoever. But this is pretty much how they defined their Industry 4.0. And that's what Kai already showed, the actual roadmap, what was the one outcome out of these work packages, how they prioritized their initiatives. Then, so contributions so far, what we've been doing. So we had the project head lead for the DigiMine, and so we really made those packages, helping them to create those, and also we helped them to get started. We've been doing fiber optic network design. Actually, that was one thing that this DigiMine project, they already, or the first phase, they think that, okay, we will do this for the deep mine only, not the whole mine, including the 500 level. So, but then later on, the entire mine was covered, and there is still a lot to do with this networking, whether it's fiber optic or the Wi-Fi and all the extensions. Then we have the virtual reality platform. So on the DeepMine is already modeled, and then on the surface we have or customer had already some existing models available, we combined those, and the next phase we will take the 500 level into the same model. The VR usage, that's, let's say, it's starting. So we already had one training session that failed a bit because of the missing hardware, but now there will be a new one, and they will start using it. But then, about the potential, the future, what we identified, what we can do in the near future with Outokumpu or even propose. So, control room design, that's something they will move the control room underground to the surface, and that's already that we have already proposed that for them. But then the network security is something that, let's say, there is room for improvement. Other than that, I can't comment. But then 3D documentation and maintenance of that, that's something that they are desperately missing. And that's very much what we can do. Virtual reality and the health and safety integrations that we are piloting on our own environment, definitely something. They are already piloting the auto-loading and or tracking solution by Metso. That's something that is going on. But then, Flowity potential. So there is this analysis of drilling samples. So they do it today manually, and they are putting them on the 5 different categories. That could be automated by the camera. Definitely something that very quick win for us. Another thing, there is online analysis of the material positioning in the spiral separator, meaning that there is a knife that will separate the different gravels on the separator. And they want to connect camera just ahead of that knife and control that knife based on the camera picture. Just the basic case for our Flowity as well. So these kind of things, there is already, we just need to get started with this. And I think I already called Anna about the autonomous vehicles that we can start discussing and sparring with them, so that what we could provide for them regarding that area. Okay, that was basically it.
Thank you, Tapio. Any short question for Tapio we have time with, if we have one? Or a semi-long? Semi-short is okay as well. Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
Now the project leader from our side, Mikko, has joined Outokumpu, so the question was... Yeah, we were too good, so who is leading it from our side now?
I don't know who is leading it, but looks like they will fall on my table at the moment.
Okay, very good. So you have a long list of opportunities, so great. Just continue working there. Thank you, Tapio. Next talk is a new project case or a new. Is it pronounced Czech?
It's pronounced Czech, like you would say Czech Republic, but without the K.
Okay, so very easy, good explanation. I don't know how to pronounce it, but okay. Anyway, it's Ilkka Rantanen, who is the Director of Chemicals and Biorefining and Minings and Metals Technology, Process Industries Finland, and we'll talk about this case, so very welcome.
Right. So, thank you for having the privilege to be here, and thank you, Mikael, for all the practical arrangements so far. I think it's been a very thrilling day. I have learned a lot of new things, and now have the pleasure to introduce to the little pilot project that we have been running. We started the client contact last May, and we were pretty puzzled in the beginning what to do with this case, but now we came to a practical approach in this case, and now we are in the execution phase, and this week we are going to have an interesting moment. We are going to have a go, no-go decision meeting with the client, but I'll tell you shortly what this is, the project is about. So basically Czech Soda, that's a Polish multi-product chemical company. They are located in Poland with 2 production sites for soda ash. They have 2 other production sites, one in Romania, another one in Germany. There's altogether 16 soda ash plants only in Europe. Soda ash, that's a bulk chemical that you utilize in glass manufacturing, detergents. It's a kind of precursor chemical for other manufacturing of other chemicals as well. The technology to make soda ash, that's pretty old. It comes from the 19th century actually, and the plant that Czech is running, the most modern that we've been working with, which is the plant in Inowroclaw, is from the 80s. And these plants have been built in the Soviet Union, so it means that they are pretty far away from Industry 4.0. We were actually visiting the plant at the Inowroclaw, and we saw that, for instance, operators, they were really on kind of hand driving their process. The process operator may be doing the adjustment to the process, fine-tuning a little bit, tweaking, twisting, making themselves important kind of all the time. And this is combined to the top management strategy of digitalization of their production. And let's look a little bit of the process. So when you look the process from the first glimpse, you are just, what you're doing here, you have a little bit of brine, you combine that with lime, you replace the chloride with carbonate, and then you get soda ash. But well, the process is not that simple actually. Basically you use carbon dioxide and ammonia in the process, and it's basically a cyclic process. There's, I would call, as a chemical engineer, I would call them challenging unit operations. You have here you have absorption, you have distillation, you have calciner, you have crystallization, filtering, etc. So when we now look a little bit of the ambition that the company has. So first of all, do process modeling for the plant in order to optimize the performance. Secondly, to be able to steer the production by combining both the technical and financial information. Then looking at the medium term vision, you have a computer model that can be connected to the process and to steer the process. At the end, as a long-term vision, we came to the conclusion that, well, first idea of a chemical engineer would be that, hey, do a phenomenon-based process modeling, like Aspen or ChemCAD or something like that. Include your thermodynamics, VLE data, etc. But taking into account the complexity of the process, taking into account how old this plant is, we came to the conclusion that, hey, this is not the correct way. And simultaneously, we discussed this a little bit internally, and got a hint that a company called SAS is working with this case as well. And what we came out is to partner with them. So basically SAS, as a company, they are working in multitude of data analytic cases. We are even utilizing their software internally to understand where our business lies. But what SAS needed in this case is process expertise to understand what is behind the data. What does the data really signify? This approach that we utilized in this case starts from quantifying, analyzing what is actually your potential. You need to grasp that if you get an improvement in the process, what it would practically mean in production, how much of less euros per production ton you would get. Secondly, you need to assess that do you have your data available? Does the data availability support that? And thereafter, you start utilizing different modeling techniques, machine learning, etc. Those models could be pretty simple as well. And then what we have found out with SAS is that it is important to find fast and fail fast. If you don't find anything in your data, move to the next case. So where are we at the moment? We have found out that our skills are very complementary in this case. SAS have really deep knowledge of data analytics, what you can do with that. We have complemented that with process engineering knowledge, interpreting that what does this all mean. And thirdly, our management consultant representatives have been looking at operational excellence of the plant. And now we have developed our first model, which optimizes the steam consumption. We know that the model is not perfect yet, but we have designed experimental setup so that we could improve the reliability of the model. As a summary, I would say that a data analyst, a process engineer, and the operational excellence consultant, they can do magic to the process. It's only the imagination that is limiting us. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Any
Ilkka.
questions?
Yes, any questions? No, I think it's an interesting collaboration with SAS.
Yeah, it's been very kind of fascinating and for me as a chemical engineer, understanding what all these all the data-driven approach can bring in, it's a good example how collaboration can bring new initiatives for us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do we have, sorry, for the online, the question was, do we have any savings for the client yet?
We are just at the moment of calculating those. We are talking about, at the moment, for energy consumption in the range of few % of savings, if the model is well calibrated.
Okay, thank you. So that was our last talk of today. Only left is the closing remarks, and I hope that you have enjoyed the day here. And what we've tried to show you and is regarding the AFRY Smart Site and how we are connecting and how we're working with the client challenges, how we are meeting the client where they are, if they are investing or not, how the portfolio basically looks like. Of course, there are many details here, but as an overview at least. And we believe strongly in this AFRY Smart Site, and we will put a lot of efforts in making this happen. And we already have quite some business right now, and we will grow that. And This is the way that we think that we will meet to help AFRY meet the growth targets regarding industrial digitalization, and then also to tap onto this global megatrend that is the digitalization in general. So with this, I thank you very much for coming to this day and making it, what it became. And all the presentations and the films will be available in some format, in some way, but somewhere. But I don't know where and how yet. But in some way, I promise you. And if you have any questions before that, either where I did put them, the presentations, or if you have any detailed questions or so, you can always email me. I will make sure that you get an answer. We've already answered all questions coming online and all questions here. So with that, I thank you very much, and have a nice evening, morning, or afternoon, or whatever you are.